Hi, my name is Lisa Ahern and I'm the superintendent of Milton Cemetery, one of the oldest continually used cemeteries in the United States. Here among these stones rest sailors, soldiers, revolutionaries, and pioneers. Some are famous and some are forgotten, but all of them have stories worth telling. Milton's history is filled with families whose influence reached far beyond this town. One of them gave America both its first chocolate company and one of its earliest surveyors of New England. This is the story of Edmund James Baker. Born into a remarkable lineage, grandson of revolutionary patriot Daniel Vos and chocolate pioneer Dr. James Baker, Edmund Baker carried on both civic duty and enterprise. He began as a surveyor, mapping the towns of Dorchester and Milton, helping shape the borders of the communities we know today. In 1837, Baker represented Milton in the Mass General Court and soon after served 4 years as postmaster. Later, he settled in Dorchester, where he became a local historian and one of the founders of the Dorchester Antiquarian and Historical Society. He served as its president for nearly 2 decades. His family's legacy was already legendary. A century earlier, Dr. James Baker had met a penniless Irish chocolatier named John Hannon. Together, they created Hannon's Best Chocolate, which after Hannon's death became the Baker Chocolate Company, the first chocolate producer in America. The Baker factory grew into an industrial landmark, its image of La Belle Chocolatière appearing on tins and cookbooks across the country. Long after Edmund's time, the company changed hands, but its roots, like his own, remained here between Milton and Dorchester. Edmund James Baker lived a life steeped in both history and innovation. He measured land, preserved stories, and carried forward a family legacy that sweetened America itself. Here in Milton Cemetery rests Edmund James Baker, surveyor, legislator, historian, and heir to America's first chocolate dynasty. His story reminds us that the roots of industry and history often intertwine right here in the soil of Milton. Hi, my name is Lisa Ahern and I'm the superintendent of Milton Cemetery, one of the oldest continually used cemeteries in the United States. Here among these stones rest sailors, soldiers, revolutionaries, and pioneers. Some are famous and some are forgotten, but all of them have stories worth telling. Some names in Milton Cemetery belong to local families, others to legends. One of them stood on the mound at Fenway Park, his twisting wind-up and cigar grin becoming pure Boston folklore. This is the story of Louis Tiant, El Tiante. Louis Clemente Tiant Vega was born in Havana, Cuba in 1940. He was the son of Louis Tiant Sr., a celebrated pitcher for the New York Cubans of the Negro Leagues. From the start, baseball was in his blood. At just 16, Tiant was already a star in Cuba's juvenile league. His talent carried him to Mexico and then to the Cleveland Indian system. But after the Cuban Revolution, he couldn't return home. For 14 years, he was separated from his parents. In 1964, Tiant made his major league debut with a shutout against the New York Yankees. By 1968, he led the American League with a 1.6 earned run average, one of the lowest in modern history. But it was in Boston where El Tiante became immortal. With his back turned to home plate, his hesitation pitch baffled batters and electrified Fenway. In 1975, with his parents finally allowed to travel from Cuba, they watched him pitch a complete game shutout in the World Series. Tiant won more than 200 games, struck out over 2,000 batters, and inspired generations of Latin American players. His cigar, his laugh, his style, they were all unmistakably his own. Louis Tiant's story spans Havana, Cleveland, Boston, and finally here in Milton Cemetery, where he rests beside his parents. A son of Cuba, a hero of Boston, and one of the greatest to ever take the mound, El Tiante's spirit lives on every time Fenway roars. Hi, my name is Lisa Ahern, and I'm the superintendent of Milton Cemetery, one of the oldest continually used cemeteries in the United States. Here among these stones rest sailors, soldiers, revolutionaries, and pioneers. Some are famous and some are forgotten, but all of them have stories worth telling. Some stories in Milton Cemetery don't belong to politicians or soldiers, but to visionaries who changed how America eat, travel, and dream. This is the story of Howard Johnson, the man who turned a single soda shop into a nationwide icon. Howard Johnson was born in Boston in 1897. He never finished school. Instead, he went to work in his father's cigar shop. After serving in France during World War I, he came home to a struggling family business and $10,000 worth of debt. In 1925, Howard bought a tiny soda shop in Wollaston in Quincy. To stand out, he paid $300 for a secret ice cream recipe from a pushcart vendor. By 1928, that basement churned ice cream was bringing in $240,000 a year. Soon came hot dogs, hamburgers, and fried clams, comfort food for travelers along New England's new highways. By 1929, Johnson opened a second restaurant, laying the foundation for an empire. In 1935, Johnson and businessman Reginald Sprague created something new, the first modern restaurant franchise. Operators could use the same logo, the same recipes, and supplies in exchange for a fee. It was a blueprint for every fast food chain that followed. By mid-century, Howard Johnson's orange roofs dotted the highways of America. His chain served millions of travelers hamburgers, clam strips, and 28 flavors of ice cream, a taste of home wherever the road may lead. Howard was a perfectionist. Even after retiring in 1959, he'd arrive at his restaurants unannounced, black Cadillac, license plate HJ-28, and he would check the cleanliness and the ice cream. He kept 10 flavors in every freezer at his home. Johnson never slowed down. He built, ate, and talked business until the very end, calling it his only recreation. He died in 1972 at age 75, and he was laid to rest here in Milton Cemetery. From a basement ice cream churn to the open highway, Howard Deering Johnson's dream fed generations of travelers. Here in Milton Cemetery rests the man who served America its first scoop of modern hospitality.
Hi, it's Stephanie from Cooking In. Welcome back. Today we're going to make something super easy, comes together fast. You can throw it on the grill or finish it in the oven. Let's get started. Preheat your oven to 400 degrees. If you're using a grill, preheat your grill to medium-high. First, gather your ingredients. You'll need 2 pieces of foil per packet. You can choose whatever proteins and vegetables you like. Here's what I chose. About a pound of steak, about a pound of sausage, corn on the cob, fresh parsley, or any herbs you'd like, chopped zucchini and grape tomatoes, avocado oil, salt, pepper, garlic powder, dried parsley, paprika, and I use a little bit of wine. You can substitute broth if you prefer. Cook in your preheated oven or grill for 10 to 12 minutes. And now for the best part. Delicious.
I would say to someone who would make the argument that community media is outdated, I would say that they probably don't really understand what we do. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it that people don't see.
There are things that local access provides that you can't get elsewhere. Local access stations are hyper-local. We're non-commercial. At least on your local channels, you're getting programming that matters to you on that community level. I don't feel like you're getting that much of anywhere else, especially where local newspapers are disappearing, if not completely gone. That's a hard reality to face.
Community media matters more than ever in 2025 because knowing what is going on in your community, with your town government, with the donut shop down the street, that's what creates neighbors out of neighborhoods and keeps you informed and engaged. It's preserving democracy through transparency. Maybe you're not watching the school committee meeting, all the time, but you don't want to not be able to do that.
If the state doesn't address the revenue stream, it's all going to fall on the municipalities. And there are going to be some cities and towns in Massachusetts who can't afford this type of service. Now, I think that's a shame because I don't feel as though you could sort of dial it back. Can you all of a sudden stop recording those select board meetings and school committee meetings and airing them live for the public to see? This is an accessibility issue. This is a First Amendment issue, participation in government, transparency in government issue.
So one of the things that's been challenging is while we've seen a decline in cable revenue over the past several years, we've actually seen an increase in demand for our services. So that includes the quantity, the quality, and certainly the timeliness. Especially with advances in technology, in streaming, we've just seen a tremendous shift in viewer expectations.
We understand that the majority of people out there probably don't watch community media outlets on a habitual basis, but it's the kind of thing that if it weren't there, at some point you'll be looking for it. Maybe right now you're not interested in those select board meetings, but wait until a developer wants to build something next to your house. Or you don't have kids now, but maybe in 5 years you do, and they were in a play, or they were part of a program or a sport. You're going to be looking for us then.
are still in this industry because we believe in the mission. So when people walk into an access center, they know that they're talking to somebody who believes your voice matters and wants to help you amplify that.
In order to work for a nonprofit, you do have to have a passion. You know, we're not in it for the money. We really are a community service.
Ask anyone in your local government, ask folks in your public school department how much they depend on community media in their communities to tie a lot of communication needs together. And they'll tell you, we are an invaluable partner to municipal life here in Massachusetts. We're actually documenting history, and for it to go away over money would really be a shame.
The American Revolution was, to put it mildly, a time of turmoil and of change. 250 years ago, it pitted neighbor against neighbor and family against family. Some of that conflict happened right here in Milton, Massachusetts. I'm Diane Ralph, curator at the Milton Historical Society, and today we'll talk about the steps that led Massachusetts and Milton to Revolutionary War. Milton was founded in 1640, a place chosen for its promise, access to both the river and the coastline, and just 9 miles from the bustling port of Boston. Taverns welcoming travelers were frequently found along its roads. Its wharf bustled with goods, lumber, molasses, fish, and rum. Farmers, laborers, merchants, politicians, and industrialists all called Milton home, as did colonial elites, whose sprawling estates dotted the countryside. And like many towns in the colonies, the population included Native Americans and Black residents, both enslaved and free. In many ways, Milton was an ideal example of what a colonial town could be. It grew rapidly in its first 100 years, and then came conflict. The French and Indian War pulled young Milton men into distant campaigns to defend both their thriving town and the crown. But when the war ended, Britain levied taxes to recoup the staggering costs. Duties on paper, tea, and more. The people of Massachusetts pushed back. What followed was revolution. In March 1765, reeling from the costs of the internationally contested French and Indian War, British Parliament passed the Stamp Act. That November, for the first time, the colonists would shoulder a direct tax. Paper of all kinds, legal documents, newspapers, playing cards, would now carry a duty enforced by a small stamp. In Massachusetts, the response was fierce. Riots erupted, and royal tax collectors were mobbed. The mansion of Boston's royal governor, Thomas Hutchinson, was burned to the ground. He took up residence at his country estate in Milton, where he would remain a full-time resident until he left the continent for good. By the time Hutchinson arrived, Milton was already becoming a crossroad of loyalties. On October 24, 1765, just before the Stamp Act was to take effect, Milton's citizens gathered outside the meeting house on the town green to determine the town's response. A committee was chosen, tasked with drafting instructions for Milton's representative to the General Court. Resolved that the Stamp Act is a grievance and an infringement on our rights as Englishmen, that taxation without representation is tyranny, and that we do instruct our representative to oppose the enforcement of this act by all lawful means. The letter was presented at the town meeting and unanimously accepted. The Stamp Act sparked debates regarding sovereignty, representation, and resistance. Debates that would define the colonies and their struggle for nearly 2 decades. From the very beginning, the people of Milton were part of that story. "4 months after the Stamp Act is levied, long-awaited word drifts across the Atlantic. Parliament may repeal the hated act. By the middle of the month, the people of Boston were debating how to contain their joy. A town meeting put in place safety measures. No bonfires, rockets, or fireworks were to be allowed in the street, except at the time that shall be appointed for general rejoicing. When the repeal was confirmed, Boston erupted, not in chaos, but in choreographed joy. Bells rang out across the city, cannons thundered from the harbor. Homes glowed with candlelight, their windows filled with flickering celebration. The city had never known a day like it. As was tradition, on special occasions, Blue Hill was illuminated in celebration. The hill would blaze again for independence declared, for the surrender of British generals, and during war once more in 1812, when a beacon was lit and kept watch through the night and could be seen farther than any other in eastern Massachusetts. In 1826, on the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the Crane Guards of Canton marched to the top of Blue Hill to celebrate. Standing on the summit, William Dunbar of Canton pronounced, "This mountain is consecrated and hallowed ground dedicated to liberty and independence." The seeds of that future independence were officially being sown. The repeal of the Stamp Act brought celebration, but no resolution. Parliament simply traded one overreach for another. On March 18, the day the Stamp Act was repealed, the Declaratory Act was passed, granting Parliament complete authority over the colonies at all times. In the year 1767, another handful of decrees were passed, known as the Townshend Acts, placing duties on paper, glass, paint, tea, and more, supported by writs of assistance that let British officers search public and private places at will. By October, 650 Bostonians signed a non-importation agreement pledging not to buy British goods, increasing tensions and sparking riots. The Crown grew ever more irritated. In October 1768, 4,000 redcoats landed in Boston, giving real weight to Parliament's authority in the city. An amazed John Rowe, a merchant with ties to Milton, wrote, "I never expected to see a time when soldiers paraded through our streets as if it were a conquered city." While redcoats made a show of strength in Boston, the town of Milton determined to make its own statement. At the home of Reverend Nathaniel Robbins, dozens of women gathered in resistance and to support non-importation of British goods with their spinning wheels. In the minister's home, wrote historian Albert Teal, wheels turned with purpose. Women gathered not as subjects, but as patriots, crafting homespun garments in defiance of the king's cloth. Their act was symbolic and practical. They offered an alternative to British-made goods by weaving linen and wool. As historian Marla Miller has written, this was more than a domestic activity. It was a public act of resistance. Women weren't just supporting the movement. They were the movement. In the waning months of 1772, rumors started to circulate about even further oppression planned by Parliament. In an effort to consolidate power, Parliament began paying local government officials directly, tying them to the Crown and not the people of Massachusetts. The grasping for power did not go unrecognized. Sam Adams proposed, "Let us establish a line of communication so that the truth may travel faster than tyranny." On November 2nd, 1772, Boston's selectmen, led by Sam Adams, voted to form a Committee of Communication and Correspondence. Soon after, by direction of Dr. Joseph Warren, the Boston Committee published a pamphlet, a declaration of colonial rights, and a catalog of British abuses. Copies were sent to towns across Massachusetts, asking for support. More than 100 towns replied, among them Milton. On January 8, 1773, at a Milton town meeting, a committee was formed to craft a response to Boston's Committee of Correspondence. It read in part, "We, the freeholders and inhabitants of Milton, do solemnly express our firm attachment to the rights of mankind and join in the common cause to preserve them." Thomas Hutchinson, the royal governor of Massachusetts, living in Milton at the time, proclaimed, "They have taken Massachusetts from a state of peace, order, and general contentment into a state of contention, disorder, and general dissatisfaction." The tide was turning, and Milton was right at the center of it, at places like Brown Tavern. The Brown Tavern, a gathering place for weary travelers and for revolutionaries, stood at the top of Milton Hill. Its owner, Josiah Brown, was known for his harangues against the power of the British government. Brown even invited the public to hear him speak. Although Brown's fiery rhetoric stirred the hearts of many, he was denounced by others, confirming Milton's loyalties remained divided. One thing was for sure. By 1773, the people of Milton were making their voices heard in the interest of liberty. And soon enough, they would be fighting for it.
Hi, my name is Lisa Ahern, and I'm the superintendent of Milton Cemetery, one of the oldest continually used cemeteries in the United States. Here among these stones rest sailors, soldiers, revolutionaries, and pioneers. Some are famous and some are forgotten, but all of them have stories worth telling. Today we'll begin with John Rowe. John Rowe was an 18th century Boston merchant, a man whose name is stitched into the fabric of American history. You can still find it along Boston Harbor, where Rowe's Wharf stands today. But Rowe wasn't just a businessman. He was a smuggler. He was moving cocoa, rum, and other goods through forbidden ports, slipping past British regulations, and like many merchants of his day, he was also involved in the transatlantic slave trade. When Britain imposed new taxes, Rowe's anger flared. He joined the protests against the Stamp Act and helped incite the riot that destroyed the home of Massachusetts Governor Thomas Hutchinson. Legend says that Rowe stood inside the Old South Meeting House on the night of the Boston Tea Party. He was cheering on protesters, but his personal diary claims that he was at home sick. Was that the truth, or was it just an attempt to cover his tracks? Regardless, his ship, called the Eleanor, was among the vessels that was raided that night. Tea from his own cargo was hurled into Boston Harbor. Rowe died in 1787 and was originally buried in the yard of Trinity Church in Boston. But after the Great Boston Fire of 1872 scorched much of the city, his family had his remains moved here to Milton Cemetery. The ashes of Boston gave him a second resting place, one that endures today. John Rowe's story is complicated. His life reminds us that history is rarely clean, and the people who shaped our nation often carry contradictions. In 1915, long before America entered the war, a young woman from Canton answered a call far from home. Her name was Helen Homans. She wasn't a soldier, but her sacrifice was no less profound. Helen traveled to France in 1915, accompanied by her two friends, Edith Parkman and Catherine McLennan. Together, they joined a mobile hospital unit serving the French army, tending to the wounded just behind the front lines. Eventually, Helen was assigned to one of the largest and best-equipped hospitals in the French army, just 5 miles behind the Chemin des Dames front. From the hospital grounds, she could see shells bursting on the horizon. Sometimes she and her fellow nurses worked 40 hours straight, operating at night without light to avoid drawing enemy fire. On March 10, 1918, Helen returned home to Boston and Canton for one final visit. But just 3 months later, she sailed back to France. In late October, as the war neared its end, Helen fell ill. It wasn't enemy fire that struck her down, but influenza. She died on November 6, 1918, just 5 days before the armistice. Shortly before her death, Homans was awarded the Croix de Guerre by the French medical staff. Her coffin plate bore the words, "Mort pour la France," dead for France. Here in Milton Cemetery, Helen Homans rests among those who gave everything. A reminder that service takes many forms and sacrifice knows no borders. Some lives carry the sweep of history, from the boxing gyms of Brockton to the football fields of Brown to classrooms right down the road in Quincy. This is the story of Lloyd Hill. Born in 1928, Lloyd Hill grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. As a teenager, he became a sparring partner for none other than Rocky Marciano, Brockton's own heavyweight legend. But Hill's story went beyond the confines of the boxing ring. He was captain of Brockton High School football team, and then he went on to Brown University, where he became an All-American football tackle. He was later inducted into Brown's Athletic Hall of Fame. After graduation, he signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But history intervened. He was drafted into the Korean War, where he served with distinction. Though he never made it to the NFL gridiron, Hill's competitive fire persisted. He completed 37 Boston marathons, and he continued competing in the classroom as well, earning a master's in education from Bridgewater State, a law degree from Suffolk University, and teaching as an adjunct professor at Northeastern and Quincy College. For 35 years, Hill served the Quincy community as an administrator, coach, and for 2 decades as principal. In his honor, Quincy High School named the Lloyd Hill Center for Performing Arts, a tribute to a life of service and leadership. When he passed in Milton in 2022 at the age of 94, his story became part of this place. A reminder that greatness isn't only about victories, but about giving back. Some of the people buried here in Milton lived lives stretched far beyond this town. One of them was William Rand, a printer's apprentice from East Milton who helped shape the way Americans see the world. William Rand was born in Quincy in 1828 and grew up in East Milton. As a teenager, he apprenticed at his brother's print shop in Boston. But like many young men of his era, he was drawn west by the promise of adventure. In 1849, during the Gold Rush, he traveled to California. He settled in Los Angeles and he co-founded the city's very first newspaper, but Rand's greatest legacy came later. Moving to Chicago, he partnered with Andrew McNally to open a printing company. And that company, Rand McNally, grew into one of the most iconic map publishers in American history. With the rise of the automobile, Rand McNally became essential. They published the official annual highway guide, mapping America's growing network of roads and guiding millions of travelers through the 20th century. In 1899, after a lifetime of adventure, William Rand returned home to East Milton. He died in 1915, but his maps and his vision of America remain. His legacy still guides us every time we open a map. Here in Milton Cemetery, his stories rest among others that shaped America. Milton's history isn't only measured in centuries-old stones. Some of the people here are part of stories we still remember. One of them is Steve Trapillo, a hometown athlete who lived big, gave back, and left a lasting mark. Steve Trapillo grew up in Boston and attended BC High before going to Boston College, where he played football. In 1987, his talent carried him all the way to the NFL draft, picked up by the New Orleans Saints. Trapillo made an immediate impact and he earned a spot on the NFL All-Rookie team in his first year. He played with the Saints from '87 to 1990 and returned in '92, and later joined the New England Patriots practice squad in 1993. After football, Steve didn't fade from the field. He returned to BC High as a volunteer assistant coach, mentoring the next generation of players. After his playing days, Steve and his wife opened 5 fitness centers under the name 21st Century Family Fitness. He became a Milton resident known not just as an athlete, but as a generous man, a coach, and a pillar of the community. In 2001, Steve was inducted into the BC Varsity Club Hall of Fame, recognition for a career of excellence, but in Milton he is remembered most as a neighbor who gave back. Steve Trapillo's journey spanned NFL stadiums, classrooms, and family gyms. But in the end, it's his generosity and presence in Milton that will endure. Here in Milton Cemetery, his story joins the others that define this community. Sometimes history isn't told through battles or politics, but through food. Here in Milton, one family's bakery supplied crackers that fed sailors, soldiers, even movie sets. This is the story of George Bent. George Bent was the grandson of Josiah Bent, who in 1801 began baking what came to be known as water crackers. Hard, durable, and with a long shelf life, they became essential for long sea voyages. George built the 2.5-story factory at 7 Pleasant Street in Milton, and it still stands today. During the 1860s, the company sold hardtack to Union troops in the Civil War. Those tough crackers sustained soldiers through some of the war's darkest days. In 1898, George Bent joined the newly formed National Biscuit Company that we now know today as Nabisco. But the Milton factory carried on, still serving the community with sandwiches, baked goods, and its signature hardtack crackers. Remarkably, Bent's continued producing hardtack until 2017. By then it was mostly for Civil War reenactors and even some Hollywood movie sets that wanted authenticity. From Civil War camps to Hollywood film sets, George Bent's crackers carried Milton's name far beyond its borders. Here in Milton Cemetery, George rests, but his family's bakery left Milton a legacy that carries on one hard cracker at a time. Not every soldier in Milton Cemetery was a general or a politician. Some were just kids, and they were sent to war with little more than courage and a drum. James Pope was barely more than a boy when he joined the Union Army. He served first as a drummer boy in the 13th Massachusetts Regiment and later in the 123rd. His role wasn't just ceremonial. Drummer boys carried the rhythm of the battlefield, their beats signaling commands to soldiers through smoke and chaos. Pope fought in one of the most defining battles of the Civil War, Gettysburg. But there, he was captured. He would spend 2 long years in Confederate prisons, Libby Prison in Richmond and Belle Isle. For 2 years, Pope endured harsh captivity before finally returning home, and when he did not retreat from life. With his partner, Jacob T. Turner, he co-founded the Pope and Turner Ice Company along the Blue Hills Parkway. Before freezers and refrigeration, ice was big business. In the dead of winter, men carved massive blocks from frozen ponds and stored them in insulated ice houses and sold them year-round. Pope's company produced roughly 1,000 pounds of ice daily. From a teenage drummer boy at Gettysburg to a prisoner of war to a local entrepreneur, James Francis Pope lived a life marked by resilience. Here in Milton Cemetery, his story endures.
Hi, I'm Mindy, and today we have with us...
Hi, I'm Jack. Hi, I'm Mary. Hi, I'm Riley. Hi, I'm James. Hi, I'm Tyler.
Welcome back to...
Let's Make a Mess!
Today, we are doing one of the simplest and most fun craft projects there is. We are painting rocks. All you need, very simple, brushes, paint, markers. We've got some googly eyes because everybody loves googly eyes, and we can maybe do a little glue gun thing at the end. And here is a little tip. Save your plastic egg cartons and then cut them into segments because they make great paint holders. So it's a perfect recycle thing. So the first thing we're going to do is to take a look at some examples of some rocks that have already been painted. So to give everybody some ideas, I brought some rocks that my family has painted over the years, and here are some of the examples. A strawberry, we have a little dog all curled up, we have a little bouquet of flowers, we have a lamb, we have a dog, another kind of strawberry, and that's the whole idea, is that when you pick up a rock, it has a really cool shape and it speaks to you. And so the question is, what brilliant things are these kids going to find in the rocks to make their own? So, is everybody ready to pick their rocks?
Yeah!
All right, come on, let's come gather around here. Everybody come sit. Let's see what great ideas the kids have picked out for their rocks. Tyler.
I want it to be a surprise. I picked for my club hockey team. It's like a sign. It's called the Buff Racers, and I'm gonna put that sign on. Dinosaur. I picked the pancake, and it's this rock.
Tooth. 1, 2, 3. Tooth.
A bow.
A bow. Great. These are great ideas, everybody. Let's start painting.
Yay.
Your dinosaur is white?
Green.
Is it green? Do you want it to be green? You want green instead?
Light green.
Light green. So do the white. This is really cool. Come on, Jackson.
I'm already taking white. First, I think I'd like butter on it.
Jackson, I love that.
I love it. Oh no.
There we go. Okay. Today we're learning also about mixing colors. James decided that this color green was too dark, and so we mixed it with what color to make it this color?
White.
White, right. And that is a great dinosaur color. Mary didn't like the color brown, which was really dark, to make her pancake, so she mixed it also with
White.
white.
Paint.
Now,
I need to put it.
I'm gonna take these two. You need another piece of paper. You are truly making a mess.
You do all the sides like dots. It looks like this.
So you want to be careful not to use too much paint on your rocks, otherwise it will take forever to dry. So if you do end up with too much, you take a dry paintbrush and you're sort of like reverse painting. So you're removing the paint to get it back to just a thin layer, and then it'll blow dry in just a couple of seconds.
You know the camera's right on it.
You're going right in there. Right here.
A booty or a booty?
Okay, so
Wow, I love it. Because you wanted to get so bad.
and when it does that, then you decide. So now maybe some more glue. That is so beautiful.
Okay, everyone, drop your paintbrushes. Mic drop.
Okay, let's see what everybody made.
I made a hockey jersey. I made two. I made a heart and a Blazers thing. I made a dinosaur. I made a pancake.
Is that a pizza?
A golden tooth.
Did you make a golden tooth? Yeah.
I made a Coast Guard boat.
Okay, kids, what did we do today?
Welcome. My name is Derek, and I'm the certified meditation teacher and lead mindfulness facilitator here at Middle Way Meditation Center. Now, there may be multiple reasons why someone may decide they want to get into meditation. You may be feeling stressed, anxious, overwhelmed, or simply need a moment of peacefulness. Whatever brought you here, the invitation is to simply sit and meet this moment together while we explore the study and practice of mindfulness meditation. Often our minds are pulled in many different directions, rewriting or rehashing the past, rehearsing for the future. This constant chatter can leave us feeling drained and disconnected from the present moment. The guidance for today's session is simple, but not easy. Our plan is to anchor our awareness in the present moment using our body as an anchor to come back to over and over again as the mind drifts away. We'll begin with a short grounding meditation, transition into a mindful eating exercise, and then we'll finish up with a guided body scan meditation, which is a great practice for beginners as it changes the focus of attention frequently and helps to deepen the mind-body connection. All you need today is a chair, 2 raisins, and a glass of water. So let's get right to it with this short 5-minute grounding meditation. I invite you to take a comfortable seated position. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you're already in the perfect position to begin a meditation. Feet flat on the floor, maybe a somewhat open and upright posture, letting the arms hang loosely or resting in the lap. And bringing a soft gaze toward the floor or closing the eyes if you're comfortable with it. And bringing an awareness to the sensations in the feet. So feeling into the heel, the toes. Maybe there's a sense of pressure or tension. Moving up the body best you can to the back of the thighs and the sit bones, wherever you're making contact with the chair at this moment. Perhaps noticing where the back makes contact with the chair or where it does not. And just noticing for a moment how you're fully supported by this chair, nothing you need to do. Noticing the hands resting in the lap and any sensations there. And now transitioning a little bit to notice this body breathing. Noticing the sensations as the chest rises and falls. And as we rest here with our breath, I'd like to offer this definition of mindfulness. I like to use John Kabat-Zinn's definition, and it goes something like this. Mindfulness is an awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose in the present moment, non-judgmentally. And he goes on to sometimes add, in the service of self-understanding and wisdom. Now, in a moment, I will strike the bowl to signify the end of the formal meditation. So we can begin to bring some movement back into the body, maybe wiggling the fingers and toes, opening the eyes if they were closed. And there's a parable I'd like to share that goes along with what we're doing here. And it's called the upstream downstream parable. And as I read this, I'd like you to a little bit think how it relates to what we're doing here, to this mindfulness practice. Imagine you're with a friend by the river, and suddenly you see a person crying for help, struggling in the current. You both jump in and save the person who is struggling. But then another person comes floating by, and another, and another. Soon, you and your friend are working day and night, tirelessly, pulling people out of the water. You're completely drained, just reacting to the endless crisis. Then you notice your friend is leaving. She starts walking away from the riverbank. You ask, "Where are you going?" And she says, "I'm going upstream to deal with the reason why all of these people are falling into the river in the first place." So you might ask yourself, how does this relate to what we're doing here? Now I'd like to offer a mindful eating exercise. So grab your raisins and a glass of water. For this raisin meditation, you'll need 2 raisins, one at a time, just one for now. And what I'm asking you to do is, for a moment, just imagining that you don't really know what this object is. All you know that is at some point you'll eat it. So placing the raisin in your hand and simply noticing, what does the raisin look like? Well, I can begin with the size. It's small, it fits in my hand. If I roll it around with the finger a little bit, it's kind of like a little football. Right? It's not very heavy. It's got some, if I pick it up and put it in my fingers, I can feel the texture. It's got some wrinkles, some crevices. It's dark in color, shades of brown, maybe purple. And now I want you to pick up that raisin and just hold it a little bit to the nose. All right, does it smell? Not very much. Can you hear it at all? Not really, so give it a good pinch and roll next to the ear. And you might hear some crackling and such as the contents inside kind of readjust and reposition themselves. And before we just pop it in our mouth and eat it, just bringing it up, touching it to the lip, kind of holding it gently, and allowing yourself to kind of roll it around the mouth a little bit. Maybe from cheek to cheek, under and over the tongue. Maybe pressing it up against the palate. Just noticing what it feels like, if there's any flavor. And now, just piercing the raisin. You might notice an initial pop of flavor. And beginning to chew it slowly, with small bites. You might hear crunching. You might notice that it's practically dissolving into nothing. You might notice how the tongue and the teeth work together to perfectly place the raisin between the teeth. And if you're disciplined, now swallowing and noticing that the raisin's pretty much been blinked from existence. And so now taking a sip of water. Swirl it around in the mouth a little bit, maybe noticing the temperature of the water. And now taking the second raisin. Now we know what this is. Let's explore where it came from. So, this wasn't always a raisin, right? It used to be a grape. And if you look carefully or closely, you may even notice where the stem once was, right? Well, it was still attached to the vine, where it still gathered its nutrients from the soil, where it gathered the water from the rain or irrigation. After the raisins are dried, they're transported, so now maybe moved in a big truck, relying on petrol. Arrives at the store, or gets packaged in another container, arrives at the store, put on the shelf, and you're able to bring it home. There's a lot that goes into such a small food that any other time we may just take a handful of and pop them in our mouth and not really think about it. There's an interesting poem, I guess I would call it, from Thich Nhat Hanh that I would like to read to you. And this is called "The Cosmos in a Piece of Bread." When I hold a piece of bread, I look at it and sometimes I smile at it. The piece of bread is an ambassador of the cosmos, offering nourishment and support. Looking deeply into the piece of bread, I see the sunshine, the clouds, the great earth. Without the sunshine, no wheat can grow. Without the clouds, there's no rain for the wheat to grow. Without the great earth, nothing can grow. That is why the piece of bread that I hold in my hand is a wonder of life. It is there for all of us. So one last look now at the raisin, and maybe you can see the earth and the sun and the wind and the rain. There's a writing by Norman Fisher. And perhaps if you're interested in this mindful eating exercise, this may be something you could read before a meal. And it goes like this. It's called One Heart Grace. As we make ready to eat this food, we remember, with gratitude, the many people, tools, animals and plants, air and water, sky and earth, turned in the wheel of living and dying, whose joyful exertion provide our sustenance this day. May we, with the blessing of this food, join our hearts to the one heart of the world in awareness and love. And may we together with everyone realize the path of awakening and never stop making effort for the benefit of others. This next meditation is called a body scan meditation. In this 15-minute practice, we'll pay attention to all the different areas of the body one by one. Starting with the feet, moving up the legs through the torso to the shoulders, then to the hands and up the arms, to the neck and the head, and finishing by opening the awareness to the entire body. So again, I invite you to take a comfortable seated posture. This could be on a chair, a cushion, it could be lying down. Feet flat on the floor if you're in a chair. A somewhat open, upright posture. Bringing a soft, gentle gaze toward the floor or closing the eyes. Allowing the arms and hands to rest comfortably in the lap. And beginning once again by bringing an awareness to the feet. So bringing the awareness to both feet and maybe starting by noticing the points of contact where the feet meet the ground, or perhaps noticing the gentle touch of shoes or clothing. Noticing sensations in the heel, in the toes, the tops of the feet. Now bringing a kind attention to the ankles and the lower legs. And noticing any sensations there. Sensations of touch, temperature, tension, and important to note, we're not trying to create any sensation. Just simply noticing what's already there to be noticed. moving the attention to the knees and the lower legs, and the upper legs, and the thighs. Noticing the tops of the knees, the bottoms of the knees. Maybe noticing the thigh where the hand is resting. Becoming aware of the sit bones in the hip. And now for a moment, imagining as if you're taking a breath and breathing into the entire leg's self. Breathing down into the legs, all the way down to the toes with each breath. And now releasing any manipulation of the breath and bringing the awareness now to the lower abdomen, or just underneath the belly button and the lower back. Moving on to the torso, above the belly button, the area that contains maybe the stomach and the ribs, and noticing the sensations there. Maybe here noticing the rising and falling of the chest with the breath. And now bringing the awareness all the way down to the hands. So both hands now, noticing the palm, the thumb and the fingers. So noticing the sensations there, but also the lack of sensation, because that counts too. Right? Not everybody can feel every part of the body. Maybe you notice here the difference in temperature between the palm of the hand or the top of the hand. Moving to the wrists and the lower arms. Moving to the elbows and the upper arms. the armpits and the shoulders. The throat and the neck. And moving up to the head. Noticing the jaw. The mouth with the tongue and the teeth. The cheeks and the nose. The eyes and the forehead. Noticing now the side of the head and the ears. The back of the head and the top. And now bringing a kind awareness to the entire body. From head to toe. Perhaps now even imagining as if you're breathing in through the top or the crown of the head, all the way down to the arms, to the hands, down the body, to the legs and the feet, and then all the way back out through the top of the head. These words by Martha Elliott. Your history is here inside your body. Your body is your storehouse of learnings, feelings, thoughts, and experiences. Only waiting to be invited to reveal your treasures to yourself. Help yourself. As you let the learning emerge and take shape, you can appreciate the wisdom of the body. Each cell alive with spirit, emotion, and intelligence. Ready to help you at any moment, always with you and for you. I invite you to take one more gentle breath here together. Taking a moment to acknowledge yourself and your dedication to your own well-being. You navigated distractions, you followed your breath. You noticed body sensations, you showed up for yourself. And that is a profound success. Welcome back. I'd like to read The Journey by Mary Oliver. One day you finally knew what you had to do and began. Though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice, though the whole house began to tremble, and you felt the old tug at your ankles. Mend my life, each voice cried, but you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do. Though the wind pried with its stiff fingers at the very foundations, though their melancholy was terrible. It was already late enough and a wild night, and the road full of fallen branches and stones. But little by little, as you left their voices behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds. And there was a new voice, which you slowly recognized as your own, that kept you company as you strode deeper and deeper into the world, determined to do the only thing you could do, determined to save the only life you could save. And maybe noticing now how you feel now compared to maybe an hour ago. Perhaps a little more grounded, a little more spacious and present. Some of the benefits of meditation may be felt right away. However, meditation is not a quick fix. It requires regular practice. Just as with exercise, as you meditate more regularly, you may begin to see positive benefits that generalize to other parts of your life. This can help motivate a more regular practice. If you'd like to explore mindfulness more at home, it can be as easy as having a dedicated space free of distraction and setting aside just 5 to 15 minutes a day to practice a grounding meditation or body scan. If you'd like to explore mindfulness meditation together with a community of meditators, I invite you to join us in person at Middle Way Meditation Center. Our classes currently run every Saturday at 9 a.m., and our full schedule can be found at mindfulselfdefense.org. Thank you for your presence and your practice.